Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattleman's Congress here in Oklahoma City. We're going to get started in Arena 1 with your Junior Limousine and Limflex female shows. In Arena 2, we have the National Balancer and Gelbvieh shows. We're going to start out with your Balancer Bull show. Starting out in Arena 1, we'll look to start our first division of limousine females. Class 1 will be the first in the ring. Over in Arena 2, we will look to start with the National Balancer Bull Show, Class 1 Balancer Spring Bull Calves. Well, we'd like to introduce to you our judges for this morning here in the OG&E Coliseum in Arena 1. We'd like to welcome to the ring Matt Lewis. Matt owns and operates Amon Angus Farms and Lewis Limousine with his families in Iliff, Colorado. As a part of the 5th generation diversified farming and ranching operation, they focus on the production of registered Angus and Limflex bulls and females, selling 100 bulls and 40 females annually by private treaty. Matt also owns a Pioneer Seed Agency assisting farmers in his area with seed and agronomy services. Matt and his wife Wendy have 4 daughters who have enjoyed the opportunity to show and raise cattle together. Over the past 25 years, Matt has been fortunate to judge livestock shows at the local, state, and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Matt Lewis to Oklahoma City. Over in Arena 2, no stranger to the show ring, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Shane serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with the AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and work your show today. Outstanding class of bulls to get started with, and they're different for sure as you study them from top to bottom. The bull I chose to start with has the most balance. He's the most correct bull structurally as he gets out and moves. He's a deep-sided bull. I'll admit to you, I wish he had maybe just a little bit more shape and turn as you get in behind the cattle, but structurally, I was the most comfortable with him. Bull in seconds, tighter sheath, and I appreciate that. When you step in behind him, he has more muscle and width and power. He's a bull. I just wasn't comfortable enough out of his front end and how he steps out into that knee and shoulder. He's just a little straight. How he comes out of that knee, particularly that left front, wish that was better, but I like his shape. I like the power in him. He's a good bull. One that comes next and third, really big-bodied bull. Love the doability. He's a bull that's really rugged, masculine in terms of his look. Just looks like he can inject a lot of just sogginess and doability on down the road. He's a bull that's a little round and piecey, and then structurally, when he gets out and moves, he's kind of a heavier conditioned bull, and that, I think, hits him just a little bit off of those rear two. He really wants to throw them out on the go. Younger bull next, the girl does a good job with. This bull has a lot of shape to him. He's very moderate. Bull, again, has a lot of thickness and power as you get into him. Again, just a little piecey off of his back too. Then we end up with the red bull, just a little greener, needs more time. The right pieces of balance and strength, the top liner in him, just gives up some of the performance. Give him a nice hand.
Well, congratulations in Arena 2 to start out the Balancer Bull Show. First place will go to back number 1938. That's Downtown 5755 NET, exhibited by Dobson Ranch, Cost City, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to September Farms, Franklin, Nebraska. Third place, exhibited by Barwick, Gelbvieh, Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place went to Lexi Marie Rittenhouse of Newcastle, Ohio. In fifth place, bred and owned by DTC Farms, Hutchinson, Kansas. That'll also be your Spring Bull Calf Champion Reserve out of that class. Now in the ring will be Class 3 Balancer Bulls, born February of 2025. We'd like to congratulate back over in Arena 1 results out of Class 2.
Really good class again here. Study these first 3 or 4 bulls here. They all hit you with some frame, some length and power in them. This bull's undeniable from this viewpoint and from a 3/4. He just ties together just a rugged beef bull look. He still has the look of a show bull to go along with it. A lot of power, a lot of hip. Bull moves really, really good from the side, gets out and travels. He's the most comfortable. He's the most flexible bull out here. I wish I could square him just a little bit at the ground as you get in behind him on those rear feet, but he's still a really, really intriguing bull. Maybe could tighten up that sheath just a little bit there, but a really, really stout, good-looking bull to go ahead and win. Bull that comes next in second, I think it's close between him and the one in third. This bull just pieces together a little bit better in terms of his top line, his tail head, and how that lays into his whole front skeleton. I like that about him. He's bolder in his heart and forerib. Bull's got a really good shape through his lower 1/3, a little more moderate. Now, maybe not quite the bone and substance and performance of the bulls on either side of him, but he's quite nice. Bull coming next in third, just a real performance. High weight per day of age bull. Looking at him here in the ring, he gets out and travels adequate in my opinion. There's a lot of length in him. He's a big nutted bull. I do appreciate that in him. He's a little piecey as you see him out of the top of his tail head. Maybe like to correct him a little bit there at the ground, but a nice bull. Good strong red bull coming next in fourth. You appreciate the length, the shape in this bull. He's greener in terms of his condition, probably needs a little more time that his body and just doability catches up with his frame and length. And then we finish the class with another red bull that just gives up the performance here today. Sure sound in terms of his structure.
Well, congratulations in the limousine ring. Results out of your first division champion, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska, with TASF J6 Nirvana 026N, and reserve champion, Good Kinley Keeney of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. We're now going to welcome in Class 3. Back over the balancer ring, results out of Class 3, first place went to back number 1943. Exhibited by Cal Cook, Lindsay, Oklahoma. That was JTK 506 Livewire. Second place in that class, exhibited by Hilltop Farms of Asbury, Missouri. Third place, also to Hilltop Farms. Fourth place, exhibited by Gage Swindler. Fifth place went to Lillian Shobe. Now in the ring is Class 4 Balancer Bulls, born January of 2025.
Another really, really good class of bulls. All three of them have a lot of merit as you study just kind and type and paperwork and tie together things. This is the bull to me that's really useful in this class. He has, to me, a really good head shape. He's masculine, but yet he's got some style about him and how it comes out of his front end. He's a bull that his shoulders tie in better to his body. He's made better in his heart and forerib. There's a little more strength there in that. I like that about the bulls. That front end balance, I think, is important, and we'll talk about it in the females. But this bull and how he blends there, he just has, to me, a more masculine kind of look about him there, and just that front end sets in him. And then when he walks, he's the sounder bull that gets out and covers a longer, freer stride. I just like him at the top of his hip and how he comes right into his hock, how he gets out and moves. There's a little more presentation in this bull. I like how he's presented to me. He's a highly fit bull. He's got a lot of body and rib. And you look at his figures, the bull that wins, he has a tremendous calf knees, a lot of growth to him. This bull does as well, and some really neat merits in terms of his paperwork. He's really long and extended through his front end, deep-bodied bull. He's a little shorter as you get out here, and I wish that shoulder tied in better to his forerib. And he just is, to me, not as athletic out on the move, but standing still, that bull hits you with a lot of good. I love the hip and power that he offers. Here's a bull that offers a lot of data and performance as well as you study his paperwork. He's a nice long-bodied bull. Appreciate that about him. He's really smooth. He's a bull that isn't quite as stout as the bulls right in front of him, but a bull that definitely has some length and smoothness. Well, tremendous show here. We've got a division to talk about, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, and I won't go back through and talk them. You'll get a feeling how I like them in their particular classes. But I just want to tell you, this is a really impressive set of bulls out here. They're well shown. They're well exhibited. I do think there's some serious breeding potential in these individuals, and use them how you see fit. I'm going to use the bull out of the last class for champion, and then the bull out of the first class will be reserved. Let's give him a nice hand, please.
Well, we'd like to congratulate over here in the balancer ring results out of the Winter Bull Calf Division and Class 4. Champion coming out of Class 4, exhibited by Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Reserve champion will come out of Class 3, exhibited by Kel Cook, Lindsay, Oklahoma.
Neat pair of bulls here, but the one that wins, I think, does so pretty handily. Bull that just ties together a little more correctness, how he's put together through his front end and his shoulder. He's assembled better in his hip. He's the stouter, bigger bone, bigger footed bull, and just gets out and handles himself really nice, really long bodied, and there's a ton of depth still in that bull, and pretty neat to look at in terms of his structure, his quality, and his balance. Bull in second's pretty intriguing as you study him in terms of his paperwork. I'm not as familiar with your percentile rank and where his traits would necessarily set, but they'd have to be high because he's out there in terms of his indexes, in terms of the terminal side and his marbling and ribeye, what he ties together. And then he's a big-bodied bull. He's got a lot of volume to him. He's just not as put together as well in terms of his structure and how he gets out, but he's a really nice bull. I think offers a lot of neat potential. Just a single entry here back on the balancer side, and a bull that definitely understand why you brought him to town. A bull that's, again, very useful, has a lot of depth and volume and length about him. He's a bull that gets out and travels really well. We'll see what comes next in this next class here for division, but a good competitive bull.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the limousine ring, results out of Class 4. First place, we go to back. Now in the limousine ring is Class 5 before the division. Back over to the balancer bull ring. Results out of your senior bull calf division. Champion exhibited by GP Gelbvieh. Reserve champion went to Nottingham Ranch. We then went into the late spring bull calf division. Your champion exhibited by Nottingham Ranch.
Another single entry and a red bull that could stand a little more competition. Bull's got a lot of shape and thickness when you get in behind him. You can see that from the side. He's a bull that has quite a bit of bone, nice foot underneath him. We'll get him back in here with the black one and look at him a little closer, but again, another competitive single entry.
Well, congratulations in the balancer bull ring. To conclude the show this morning will be your champion junior yearling bull exhibited by Justin Herlin of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in all those division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion balancer bulls.
Well, we'll keep moving along. I know we've got a little more left to do in the show, but you know, this is a really outstanding set of cattle. Maybe not some of the numbers that you've had at times, but still, I think quality-wise, this drive of bulls is really, really competitive from top to bottom. I thought our calves were very competitive. We had a couple of other divisions right here in the middle that I think are really, really good, and you can see that out here, and that is pretty strong in my opinion. And then you get into these older bulls, and they're certainly very, very strong out here. But I thought the depth in your show was out of these younger bulls. They suit me a little bit better as you get them back out here. And as you look out here, a bull to me that's just really complete. There's a lot of length in the bull that I'm going to use. He's really tight sheathed, a bull that has the capacity, the soundness, and he's got enough muscle. And then I'm going to use a bull for reserve that just puts together a lot of good as well. So it's been an outstanding show. Put your hands together for these exhibitors and breeders, and I'll show you my two champions. Thank you.
Well, congratulations back over the balancer ring. Your grand champion balancer bull exhibited by JGP Gelbvieh of Lathrop, Missouri, and VF Livestock LLC of Smithville, Georgia, with Verlux 4220 MET. Reserve in that division, and congratulations goes to the Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas, with Renown 254 N3. We're now going to take a very brief photo backdrop break over here in Arena 2 before we get started with the Gelbvieh Bull Show. 2025. Well, congratulations in the limousine ring results out of Class 9. First place went to LLKT Maybelline.
has some cavities direct there about him, just kind of balanced there across the board. Bull that, it's early yet, so he just needs more time. But commend the young people for bringing him out and showing the bull here today. We'll get it moving on to our next class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in the limbs and ring results out of Class 10. First place was exhibited by Laura Franklin with HB Whiskey 470M. We're now going to welcome in your next class to the limbs and ring. This will be Class 11 before the division. Back over in the Gelbvieh ring to start out your Gelbvieh Bull Show. First place in Class 13, back number 1960. That's Mr. Black Gold, exhibited by Abigail Shobe. We're now going to welcome in Class 14. These are Gelbvieh Bulls born May of 2025.
Good pair of bulls here. I'm going to use the bull that has just a little more growth and performance to him in terms of his genetic profile, and I think that holds up visually when you study the cattle. There's a little more shape as you get around the two bulls, a little more thickness from behind, and then he's just a little more athletic how he steps out. Nice looking bull that still green yet. There's a lot of time left in him, and that's good. There should be. He's just a May. So neat bull to go ahead and win that class. Bull in second has a little more body depth and rib and softness about him. He's a good moderate bull. He's a little loose there in the sheath. A bull I'd like to clean up just a little bit there, but a good, useful kind of bull. Congratulations to those two.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring. First place in Class 14, back number 1963. This is exhibited by the Nowak family, and second place was exhibited by ProHeart Seed Stock. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve in our first division.
Back here for this division, I think we'll just keep the two bulls out of the last class together. They'll be our division champions. Let's give them a nice hand, please.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring. Your champion spring bull calf coming out of class of 14. Reserve champion will also come out of class of 14 over here in the Gelbvieh ring. We're now going to welcome in class 16 Gelbvieh bulls born January to February of 2025. Back to the limousine ring. Results out of class 11 before the division. First place, back number 2052. That was Campbell Co. Purple Haze 2470M, exhibited by Molly McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas. Reserve champion. We'll go to back number 2053. That was Cole Keaton of Wolfworth, Texas. Well, congratulations in the Limousine Ring. Results out of that last division. Your champion exhibited by Molly McCurry, Hutchinson, Kansas, with Camlico Purple Haze, 2470M. And reserve champion will go to Laura Franklin with HB Whiskey, 470M. We'll now look to see Class 12 here in Arena 1.
It's a really competitive class, and I was just told the Class 17 is a scratch, so this will be a automatic division grain and reserve here. It's a good set of bulls all the way through. Some of them are a little greener yet on down the line, but at the same time here on the front end, I think you've got bulls that you can definitely use and take on down the road. This bull is the most rugged bull in the class, in my opinion. He's got a lot of capacity and volume and doability about him. I really like the slope of his shoulder. I like the set of his knee. He's a bull that gets out of his front end really, really well. He's set good down into his feet. He's a big-footed, sure-footed bull when he moves. He's a little plainer maybe for some as you study him through his front end. He's maybe not as long and as strong-topped as some of them in this class. That bull's got a lot of power, though, as you get in behind him, and I like the doability and body and just substance and bone that he offers. Bull in second has a lot of profile to him. I like the length of body. He's well shown when he's parked and he's stopped. He's a bull that's a little more stylish. He's got a nicer look about him up through his front end. He's a bull, though, when he gets going, I think he starts to get up maybe a little bit in his top line and his spine. When he moves, I don't know if he's quite as athletic as the bull that wins the class, but you certainly like his shape, the style that he offers. Bull that is very, very nice. Bull that comes next and third is a lot like him. He has a ton of performance and length about him. He's a big-bodied bull that's got a lot of shape. I couldn't convince myself that he was just comfortable enough out of his front end. He's kind of right there on the line for me. And then off of both ends, really, he's just a little shorter striding and how he goes. Other than that, I like him quite well. I think there's a lot of good in that bull. I just wish I could loosen him up and let him travel just a little freer. The red bull has his place. He's a big, square-nutted bull. He's very moderate, a ton of body shape and rib and doability in this bull. I wanted to do a little more for him. I wish I could lengthen him up out of his front end just a little bit there through his head. And then as he goes, that bull's just a little smaller ankled and wants to pop there in his pasterns, but a real thick, dimensional bull. It's got a lot of power and rib about him. Young boy is doing a good job out here with a red bull that has a ton of meat and top in him. Shape and power is really good. He's just really green. Needs more time to kind of go ahead and fill out. Then the black bull that we finished the class with is sure a solid bull, gives up some weight per day of age, but he's smoother than the red bull right in front of him, just gives up the power and weight per day of age.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of Class 16. That'll also be the division. Your champion exhibited by Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas, with Umbra 254M38, and reserve champion exhibited by the Ivers family of Austin, Minnesota, with Ivers Grandiose N521ET. We're now going to welcome in Class 19 to the Gelbvieh ring. These are senior bull calves born November to December of 2024.
Single entry here to start off another division, and the Red Bull certainly very commanding in terms of his presence, the body, the doability. Hits the ring with a lot of power and substance. We'll see what comes next here in this next class and see where he fits, but a very good bull.
Congratulations to Class 19, first place, back number 1954. This is Deep Sensations and Carson Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Now in the ring will be Class 20 Gelbvieh bulls born September to October of 2024.
Really nice set of bulls here, all three of them, but they couldn't be more different in terms of type and kind. The black bull that wins, he wins because he ties together performance visually and in his genetic profile. He's a bull that I think really has some things you can use about him. He's maybe not a big-time Cavanese bull, but he's got a lot of growth and body and performance. Visually looks like that, and his carcass merit is really good, and his indexes are sure nice. Big nutted bull, Travels adequate when he gets out and moves. I just love that doability and body that he ties along with his performance. Bull in second matches his body and rib. I like that about him. He gives up some weight per day of age in this class, but I like his rib shape. I like that bull quite well when he gets out and moves. He's really sound and athletic, and that was the difference between him and the Red Bull that I settled on. I just think he's more comfortable, more athletic in how he moves. And then in terms of his paperwork, again, he's a bull that ties together a more progressive set of figures along with that. I wish I could give him just a little more scrotal underneath, and he could get more competitive with the bull that wins the class. Red Bull coming out next in third. Certainly a good bull. There's a lot to offer about him. He's got a good masculine, rugged look up through his head. He's a bull that's really true in his shape, a lot of thickness and muscle in behind him. He just doesn't have quite the volume to go along with it. And then structurally, that bull just needs to stride out freer and easier off of those rear two. Good trio of bulls. My compliments to the breeders and exhibitors. Two bulls offer a lot of good back out here in this division. The Red Bull hit me pretty strong when he came in his class there. You get him back out here, I think he really holds a lot of merit. Bull that really has a lot of feature to him. So I'm going to tie him to him for our division champion. We'll use this bull out of the last class for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of the Senior Bull Calf Division. Your champion exhibited by Carson Brooks, Bennett, Nebraska. And reserve champion to come out of Class 20 exhibited by Locust Hill Farms. We'll now look to see Class 22 to conclude our Gelbvieh Bull Show. These are Gelbvieh Bulls born March to April of 2024.
It's a good pair of older bulls here, and you can kind of go back and forth a little bit because they contrast each other. The black bull, I just prefer in the set and use and function of his back leg. I think he gets out, uses it more athletically. He's a bull that's got a really nice shape to him. You know, he's a little more in his working clothes, but he's got a really nice rib shape coming out of his top. He's a big hip bull. There's a lot of good in him that I just like to use, and I'm a little more just comfortable with him. Red bull just struggles a little bit out here. I like his body. I like his power. He's a bull that, you know, just really like the hip and substance. He's a big nutted bull. Again, just a little stiff there off of those back two, and gives up some of the performance in terms of his paperwork as you study him. And so some give and take there. Nice pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations over in the Limousine Ring to conclude our final division. Your champion was exhibited by Liliana Portwood, Versailles, Kentucky, with TASF Midnight Angel 909 MET, and reserve champion Good Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana, with SSUL Forever Charmed 4295 MET. At this time in Arena 1, we're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, junior limousine females. Back over to the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of the final division of Gelbvieh Bulls. Champion was exhibited by Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri, and reserve champion exhibited by the Ivers family of Austin, Minnesota. Now in Arena 2, we'll select your grand and reserve grand champion, Gelbvieh Bulls.
Well, we have a tremendous set of purebred bulls over here on the Gelbvieh side. So why don't you give the exhibitors, the families, a big round of applause. Really nice set of bulls out here. I think similar to the Balancer show, there's several maybe different ways a person could go out here, because I do believe these bulls all have some use, and so it's kind of whatever you need in your program. And I think that's the best thing about coming to events like this, is that you can see genetics working, you can see bloodlines and data, and most important, people. And this is a people business, and that's why we have events like this, is to continue commerce and enjoy each other's company. And so I've enjoyed your Gelbvieh show, your bull show here. We've got a great female show to follow. I'm going to go show you two champions, but one more time, put your hands together for a really nice set of bulls.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Gelbvieh Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, coming out of our final division, exhibited by Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. That was JNCC Perspective 4057 MET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, coming out of the Senior Bull Calf Division, exhibited by Carson Brooks, Brennan, Nebraska. That was KARS Deep Sensations 496M. Again, congratulations to all the Gelbvieh Bull exhibitors. We'll take a brief photo break here in Arena 2 before we get started with your Gelbvieh Female Show. Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Limousine Female, here in your junior show at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Claire Kessler, Crawfordsville, Indiana. That's TASFCKES, My Girl, 923M. And congratulations, reserve train.
Start back up in our Gelbvieh show. Nice heifer calf, Mayborn. Plenty of performance there about her. A lot of body and rib and doability about that heifer. Long, smooth made. We'll see what comes next here. We got a big class next, but congratulations.
Well, congratulations to start out the Gelbvieh female show. First place in Class 25 is back number 1803, exhibited by Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. That was Ophelia CTJ 5820 ET. We'll now look to see Class 26 Gelbvieh females born March to April of 2025.
Really, really good class of females here all the way down. This is a good heifer to go ahead and start. She's more moderate in terms of type, maybe, than some of the framier heifers in the class. Standing still, this heifer just really puts together a ton of quality, impressive rib shape. I love her hip, hind leg set at the standstill. You could loosen her up just a freckle, but in terms of just shape, freshness, quality, balance, how they're standing, that heifer's really, really nice. Female in seconds, a little stouter bone, maybe a little bigger footed, gets out and takes a little longer stride. I like that about her. She gets a little higher in her tail head, maybe just a little piece here or there through her front end, but a ton of rib, ton of body, doability about her. Black heifer coming next, has a little more performance and volume and length about her yet. I like this female. She's one that for the amount of condition that she's already pushing through her front end and over the top of her neck there, I wish she had a little more true shape to her, a little more base width underneath, and then she gets a little bit more restricted there off of those back two. Red heifer coming next in this class I like in terms of just her doability, body, and the volume in her. She's a heifer that gets a little shorter, a little bit plainer there through her front end, but a nice, useful type of female. Red heifer coming out next, the boy has. They're going to have a lot of fun together as they both mature and get more season as the season goes along. This heifer certainly has a lot of good about her, a lot of performance and rib. I like the bone. This heifer's pretty sound. It just all needs to come together and blend a little smoother for me here today. She's just a little piecey. Nice black heifer on down the line that's thick and moderate. She just gets a little more refined in terms of her bone. I'd like to give her a little bit more flex and give and balance. As we work on down in her class, we still have two good heifers that are full of performance. Just give up some of the balance, some of the structure and body that we have on down the line. Thank you. These heifers come back in for division. We'll keep moving right along. I like these two red heifers quite well. They'll be your grand and reserve here in this division. Let's give them all a good hand, please.
Well, congratulations over in the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of your first division. Champion Spring Heifer Calf exhibited by Lacey Judd of Pomona, Kansas, with Miss Performance 634 and 44-1. Reserve champion and congratulations goes to Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. We'll now welcome in Class 28 Gelbvieh Winter Heifer Calves. And back to the Limflex ring. Results out of Class
might be an automatic division. I'm not sure, so it's my fault if they don't give you a division banner. But these two black heifers, I think, do come to the top. I'm more comfortable with where they're at frame-wise, condition-wise, size-wise. They're just suit me a little better. The heifer that wins the class just walks away with it in terms of her structure. She's so feminine made, lots of quality through her front end. Heifer's got a lot of future to her. Female that comes next and second is a lot like her through her front end and the quality that she has. She's got a beautiful shape to her, really, even though she's not as deep. You get in behind this heifer, there's some real muscle, just like her femininity and quality and the pattern that she offers. Real heavy heifer coming next in third. It's got a ton of performance and weight per day of age. She's a little much for me, but it's hard to beat her up too much. There's a lot of good in this heifer as far as just body and doability. She just needs to come a little more feminine for me. Kind of the same thing on down the line. Big red heifer that's certainly stout, a lot of hip and power in her. And I don't mind her front end. You know, she just reads productive. That performance and just jaw. She's stout. She needs to go a little better, and that would help her get a little higher in this class. The red heifer coming on down the line, you like. There's some good things about her in terms of her rib and the doability, and just turnout kind is good in her. Just a little looser constructed and plainer, though, in the same time, good, useful type of heifer. On down the line, we've got a black female you certainly like in terms of her muscle and hip. She's as stout and thick as any, just a little rounder and straighter as she goes, but a good class.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of class 28. First place go to back number 1820. This is Butler's Miss Norma Jean N534 ET, exhibited by Pate Parsons, Leavenworth, Kansas. Second place in that class will go to Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Third place went to Jesse Lowe of Adrian, Missouri. Fourth place exhibited by Ivers family of Austin, Minnesota. Fifth place will go to Circle S Ranch, and sixth place exhibited by Everly Hightower. First and second in that class will also be that division champion. Reserve will now look to see class 30 Gelbvieh females born November to December.
Back on the Gelbvieh side, we've got just a single entry, December-born female, just good and useful in her kind. Tons of rib shape and body and doability in this female, but she still has a place here in the ring because she gets her old head up out of her shoulder. There's a lot of strength. There's a lot of quality in her, just a good, solid, useful type of heifer. It's a real good class of females here. I don't know if there's a one of them that's exactly the same, which makes it a challenge to kind of stick together. This heifer, if you start her like I did, you do it on her structure, her soundness, her mobility. She's a well-presented heifer. I wish there was a little more shape to go with her frame, but that's a heifer that offers a lot of good, in my opinion. Interesting female to look at, the strength of her and the bone and substance. Heifer coming next in second, you love in terms of her rib shape, her body, the doability that she has. She's a little bit over the top of her neck, and I'd like to clean her up in terms of her condition, and I think that'd help her out of her front end and how she goes. But from there back, her rib shape and her body, certainly very, very good. A more moderate-sized heifer coming out next at the standstill I like, and I can start the class with her, even though she is a little more moderate. The shape in this heifer is unrivaled in this class. She has a big old top in her. She's massive in her body. She just gets a little shorter out here. She wants just to get a little stiffer how she goes in terms of that structure, but I like her shape. I like the presence. She's presented very, very competitively. This heifer coming out next I like in terms of performance and length. She's just a little too stiff as well and how she goes, but man, there's a ton of ton of power in her. Then the heifer that we close the class with is a big-bodied heifer. It's got a ton of rib. To me, she's just a little plainer. You get right in behind her and study her kind of down her top. Her condition's just a little chuffy in her, and I think that causes her balance to fall apart there from the profile, but a good class. We'll keep moving right along. I'm going to keep these two out of the last division together. They'll be your division champions. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over in the Gelbvieh ring. Results out of your senior heifer calf division champion, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd, Pomona, Kansas. Reserve champion will go to Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. We'll now look to see Class 33 here in the Gelbvieh ring.
Just a single entry here coming, good summer division that we start. Heifer that was born in August certainly offers some body, rib, and doability about her. Young lady does a good job out here. Let's just keep her moving. We'll get her back out here for, I guess she's maybe automatic champion the way it looks. So congratulations. Well done. Let's give her a nice hand, please.
Well, congratulations over in the Limflex ring. Results out of that last division. Your champion exhibited by Carter Carnegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Ratliff Next Level 553 NET. And reserve champion exhibited by Beckett DeBerry of Alton, Texas, with SSUL How About It 5286 NET. Now in Arena 1, we'll welcome in your first class in Division 2. Back over in the Gelbvieh ring, we're now bringing in Class 35. These are Gelbvieh females born March to April of 2024.
Hold up, bud. Hold up. Just come right in behind him. Yep. Really awesome pair here on the front end of this class. They both are presented really nice at the standstill. The red heifer just outwalks her to go ahead and win. Super sound, really effortless in her stride off of her back too. And it starts in her hip. Her tail head's laid down better in her. There's just more freedom of movement. I like the bone and the foot size, but what you don't sacrifice up front in terms of just feminine look and quality and smoothness, that heifer's really, really nice to go ahead and start. Black heifer coming in second. Certainly appreciate the rib shape that she has because she is awesome in her body shape. She's got a big old pin set, wide-hipped heifer, but yet she's still feminine, very clean-chested up front. Everything's right, standing still with where I like them. She's just a little stiff-moving out here and short striding. That's what gets her beat. Female that comes next in third, I like the volume. I like the rib and just the substance in this heifer. She's a big-bodied female that has a lot of length and still yet femininity to her. She's going to be a stout old cow when it's all said and done. She's just, again, a heifer that misses her stride and just comes apart and gets piecier there on the walk. Female coming out next in fourth, I like the quality. I like the balance and strength there in her top line. She's probably just a little freer wheeling out here than the heifer right in front of her. Paints a good profile from the side. There just needs to be a little more cow there when it's all said and done and she's calved out. I think she's just going to be a little narrower. Female coming out next. The girl's doing a good job out here, getting along with a real easy doing, very practical heifer. They make a good pair, and she was in a tough class. Let's give them all a good hand here. We'll move on to the next set of them.
Well, congratulations in the Gelbvieh ring results on a Class 35, which is also the division. Champion exhibited My Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington with MA Red Ruby 744M. Reserve champion was exhibited by Tate Warren of Alpena, Arkansas with T-Bar S Susan M02. We're now going to welcome in Class 37 Gelbvieh females born January to February of 2024. Back in the Limflex ring, results
Outside of this black heifer kind of having a mind of her own, she's pretty dang nice. She's got a look, something fierce. She's got a quality, just style about her. Massive bodied, lots of rib, and still gets out and moves. I think very, very nice out here. She's a little further along in terms of her udder development, and she just pieces together better over the top of her shoulder, down her loin, out through her tail head. That's a very good heifer. Red heifer coming out next. Boy, she's stout, big old hip, very productive. And to be that stout and bold, she's still got a pretty feminine teat size there about her. Still moves really nice, just doesn't put it together, doesn't tie it together quite as fast. But that's a really productive, very nice female to be second.
Well, congratulations. Back over the Limplex ring. Results out of Class 19. Limplex ring is Class 20. Back over in the Gelbvieh ring, results out of Class 37, which is also the junior yearling division. Champion exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas, with Clara Allen, 415M. And second place in reserve in that division will go to Isabel Lowe of Adrian, Missouri.
End up with these pairs here, and it's a good competitive class. The solid black pair here, just a female that has just a ton of body and rib, gets around the ring, I think a little freer and easier than the red cow. Very feminine made cow. Udder, teat balance, I think we could sit out here and argue all day about it, but I do like how her fore udder ties into her body a little nicer. And just for a 2-year-old, I think she's, just a little more balanced there in her udder and just not quite as loose already. And she's got the calf advantage as well as you get out here. Red pair coming next and second. In terms of just performance, she's the stouter one out here in the lineup, and the data and the figures match right along with that. A good, solid type of female. Like to make her teats a little more refined. I'd like to tie that front under into her just a little bit better, see her walk just a little easier. The red female that ends up here in third, good moderate type of female. There's some substance there about her. Again, like to refine those front teats, give her just a little more milk flow, but a nice competitive pair. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in the Limplex ring. Results out of Class 20. Back over in the Gelbvieh ring, we have all of your division champion reserves entering the ring at this time, and our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Gelbvieh females, here at the Cattleman's Congress. As they enter the ring, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of our Gelbvieh and balancer females today.
Well, this is a really impressive lineup of females, in my opinion. Well exhibited, well shown, well presented cattle that just do a lot of good. For me, I thought our two calf classes were very powerful, and then it just kept building from there, and we got down towards the end of the show, and it's flat good, in my opinion. This is an incredible arena. This is an incredible venue, and the bright lights are on these cattle out here, and this feels really special. So congratulations. We'll keep moving on with the show. I'm going to find a champion that's incredible in terms of her freshness. I think she's unrivaled in terms of her soundness and her movement, particularly her back leg out here, and she's got a beautiful shape to her. Then it gets closer for reserve. I'll look between a really big-bodied, powerful female and then a female that I see a lot of future in. So let's put your hands together again for an outstanding set of Gelbvieh females. It's been an honor.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Gelbvieh female, here at the Cattleman's Congress. Coming out of Class 35, exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. That's AMGS MA Red Ruby 7744M. And congratulations, reserve grand champion goes to Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas, with Clara Allen, 415M. We'd like to congratulate all of the Gelbvieh females here at the Cattleman's Congress. We're going to get the ring cleared. We'll go to the backdrop and return back with your Balancer female show. Well, congratulations in Class 21 before the division. Over here in the Limflex ring, first place exhibited by back number 2114. That's CELL Natalie, 5001 NET, exhibited by Satch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Second place in that class, go to back number 2107, exhibited by Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by back number 2112, exhibited by Abby Newberry of Cedar Hill, Tennessee. Fourth place will go to Carly Henderson of Wellsville, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Mackenzie Dobbs. And sixth place went to Brooke Campbell. We're now going to welcome in the first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve in your Limflex ring. There are no aerosols allowed in the holding area or in the make ready area here in the Coliseum. Again, we'd like to remind exhibitors, no aerosols allowed here in the Coliseum or the makeup area.
came in the ring. Both very nice heifers, very competitive Mayborn heifers that have a lot of quality. The younger boy's heifer, to me, just has a little more. Everything fits together a little stronger, right in behind her shoulder. Just a really commanding heifer to go ahead and start off a great balancer show. Female in second is sound, effortless in her movement, very big-bodied, very moderate kind of made female. A lot of good to her. Just needs a little more time to get to where she's going to be.
Well, congratulations to start off the Balancer Female Show. First place goes to back number 1851, exhibited by Tillman Desrocket, Glasgow, Kentucky. And second place, and congratulations, goes to Cameron Nowak. We're now going to welcome in Class 43. These are Balancer females born March to April of 2025. Well, congratulations in Class 23.
of spring calves here. The female I lead off with, I think, is pretty dominating just in terms of presence. She has the power to go along with it and all the skeleton and soundness. Real intriguing heifer to go ahead and start. April-born female, she's the only April in the class, but she's very nice, a little more moderate size maybe than the heifers on either side of her, but very feminine, lots of quality, very sound in how she goes. Just balances up a little nicer than the heifer that sits there in third, in my opinion. You know, she'll be pretty nice, I think, when it's all said and done. Just needs a little more time. Female coming next, I think holds on to a little more femininity opposed to the heifer in fourth, in my opinion. She's smoother up to her front end. She's got a better shape to her head. Then she's the sounder, easier traveling heifer than the one that sets in fourth. The one in fourth has more power and stoutness and just thickness about her. She gets a little rounder for me as you study her off of her rump and down in the ground. She needs to go better off of those two. Just give her a little more femininity through her head. Female coming next, I appreciate just the cow power in her. I think there's a beautiful shape to her rib. There's some dimension and stoutness in her. She could maybe hook together at times and be just a little nicer balanced all the way through, but I think what you see is what you get, and you like it in terms of just shape. Here's an intriguing heifer that, again, maybe just needs a little more time. A lot of quality up through her front end, long-bodied, extended heifer. She gets a little bit more refined, perhaps, and that's what gets her down for me. You work on down young lady's heifer that's big-bodied and very moderate, tons of doability about her. Again, just a little shorter coupled, gives up some of the balance that we have on the front end of this class. Got a division back here on the balancer side, and again, just a really high-quality show to this point. Going to be a pair of tremendous females that we pull out of here, and a pair of them that we leave out. They're that good, I think. Be fun to watch these cattle on down the road because I think they can compete at a high level, can all the way through the summer and next fall. We're going to keep these two together out of this last class. Nice job.
Well, congratulations back over in the Limflex ring. Results out of Class 24. First place was exhibited by results out of the Spring Heifer Calf Division. Your champion exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with BSSC BCFG Simply Irresistible. And reserve will come out of the same class exhibited by Clarabelle Bishop, Cox Creek, Kentucky, with Butler's Miss Nevea 549N. We're welcoming in the next class to your balancer show. This will be Class 45, females born February of 2025.
Very competitive class over here on the balancer side, but a good pair of heifers here on the front end that just have a little more power and substance, or at least weight to them. But the quality, I think, in the heifer that wins the class and the condition is what allows her to come to the front. She's stronger right in behind her shoulder. She's a heifer that's made longer and more attractive out of her rump. That allows her to take a freer and easier stride. Very high quality female to start off with. There's a little more woof in this heifer in second. She's got a little more rib shape and body and volume and hip as you get around behind her. She falls apart just a little bit, but she's so sound, and so I'm not going to rough up on her. But she's just not quite as strong right in behind her shoulder, and I think she's pushing a little more condition for a calf and where she probably could be. But a very, very nice heifer that's stout and sound, a lot of good to her. Female coming next in third, you like in terms, again, that rib shape and body and the volume. I thought she needed to be towards the top end. She's a little chuffier, again, down through her chest floor and over the top of her neck. Like to lengthen her out a little bit and piece her together just a little bit better in terms of her balance. A little higher performing heifer that's got a lot of middle and volume coming out. Just read cow in this female. She's got a ton of doability. Again, just a little plainer, but I thought this set was just a little sounder than the set I'm going to go ahead and bring out next. This girl in the pink shirt has a very attractive heifer, and at the standstill, she fits right with the rest of the cattle because she's so bold, she's so powerful, she's strong in her top line. She just needs a better running gear. She's just stiff there off of both ends. Young man's heifer from her hip up, there's a lot of quality and good in her. He can get her shown and kind of stuck. It's from that hip back where she falls apart. She gets shorter there and off and just a little steeper from her hock down into her foot. A heifer, it just needs to have a little more flex. Then there's a heifer on down the line that you'll find with a lot of shape, a lot of power and thickness in her. Again, a heifer, it's a little tighter hearted, gets a little piecier out here, and then structurally she's a little more challenged. And then on down over her lineup, you'll find a high performing, deep rib female. Again, just need to see her a little sounder and how she goes. The boy that concludes her class has a real modern heifer that has plenty of power and dimension. Just need to give her a little more femininity. A great class of females. Give them a good hand, please.
Well, congratulations in the Limplex ring. Results out of Class 25. Back over in the balancer ring, results out of Class 45. First place exhibited by Luke Barnett of Woodlawn, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Naomi, 207 NET. Second place was exhibited by Keston Holman of Red Deer County, Alberta, with Nikia 200N. Third place in that class exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Fourth place will go to Brad McWilliams and Hilltop Farms. Fifth place was exhibited by Eliza Holsel. Sixth place went to Brock Lowe. Seventh place exhibited by Hilltop Farms. Eighth place went to ProHeart Seed Stock. And ninth place went to Rhett Hightower. We're now going to welcome in Class 46. These are balancer winner heifer calves born January of 2025. Well, congratulations, Class 26. First
So really, really good class of heifers here. On the balancer side, this Boyce heifer that wins, I like her quite a bit. Just tie into one that is stout and has a beautiful rib shape and body. Love the length of hip and the attractiveness of her hock. She sets down to the ground, but yet she holds on to a credible amount of balance. I think she wins a really, really good class here in this show. Female that comes next can run with her in terms of power and shape every bit, maybe a little bit more, honestly. It doesn't just set into her and flow quite as smooth, but that's a very powerful female. It's got a beautiful shape to her, still really sound as she goes. I like this heifer a great deal in third. She's long-bodied, extended, super sound and flexible in how she gets out and travels. She's just a little flatter in her shape. As you study her through the rear third of her body, you'd like to give her just a little bit more, but I love the quality. I love the balance in this heifer. Real broody female coming out next. It's just packed full of cow power. I love her full rib shape. She hooks together, flows around the ring really well. She's just not quite as attractive in terms of her rear leg and her joints, but she's a good kind of female. Heifer coming out next has that poise and that presence there about her. She's a heifer that's just a little narrow underneath for me as you get through her chest floor and study her from behind. But, man, there'll be a day if she continues and does the right things where she'll be an absolute handful. Female coming out next in this lineup is, again, just one of those really broody, powerful females that's got a ton of weight per day of age and stoutness about her. You know, she's got her place, and I'm not going to rough her up too much. She just doesn't quite fit the same pattern in terms of her balance and her quality as the heifers right in front of her. The female that comes out next is a little bit more like some of those ones higher in the lineup. Her hang-up is her structure, though. She just gets a little short-strided there off of both ends, and then we end up the class with a real practical, easy fleshing type of female that just gives up some of the power and performance. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring in Class 46. First place exhibited by back number 1891. That's Butler's Miss Nellie. N1341ET exhibited by Kogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. Second place will go to Gentry Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma with Natasha 25N2ET. Third place exhibited by Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. Fourth place, and congratulations, will go to Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Fifth place was exhibited by Jasper June McCoy of Carthage, Missouri. Sixth place exhibited by the Ivers family. Seventh will go to Paige Walhosky. And eighth place will go to Hilltop Farms, Bunny McWilliams. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, select the Chambered Reserve Winter Heifer Calf.
This is a powerful division, and then we had a great pair of calves there in the first deal, but these keep cooking up a storm here. I like all four of these heifers a great deal. I like one of them a lot. And then it gets closer, I think, for reserve between, I'll just tell you, bring that heifer out. She's good. Bring her right out. Good job. She's the division champion. It gets close between the heifer out of that first class and then the one out of this second class, and they're a little bit different, and that's where this heifer's so good, is that she ties them together. She has that strength in behind her shoulder. She hooks up there over the top of her shoulder really good, and she's got the power to go with it. The heifer that was second to her is really shapy, and she's got a ton to her. She wants to open up a little bit more over the top of her shoulder, and she just pokes that tail head out of her just a little bit. The boy's heifer out of the first class, smooth and long and sound. I like that heifer a lot in her particular class. You know, there's times where she can just get a little pinch maybe in her heart and forerib, and where her chest floor sits in her right now, you know, that all will have to come together and stay together as they manage that heifer. But I'm more comfortable with that type of female. Little chest doesn't bother me. I'm always going to lean towards that soundness. Young man, bring your heifer right across. She'll be reserved. Nice job.
Well, congratulations. Over here in the balancer ring, your winner heifer calf champion exhibited by Kogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas, with Butler's Miss Nellie N1341ET. And reserve champion, and congratulations, goes to Butler's Miss Naomi 207NET, exhibited by Luke Barnett of Woodlawn, Tennessee. We'll now look to see your first class in our next division. This is Class 48, balancer senior heifer calves. Back over to the Limflex ring.
They just keep coming here in our balancer show. You know, just a very useful, practical heifer. Gets around the ring nice and easy, moderate in her size, but yet still plenty big enough. A female that has a beautiful hip and just very sound, very nice kind of heifer.
Well, congratulations here in Division 4 over in the Limflex ring. Senior heifer calves before the division.
a tremendous class here, a lot of differences here, but pretty convinced this heifer wins and wins kind of pretty easy. I think this heifer has a tremendous amount of quality. There's a lot of balance. She's a very broody type of female. I love the lower 1/3 in this heifer and how she maintains it all the way back. For as long-bodied as this heifer is, she can get out and travel and walk really nice and easy. She sets down better in her tail head. There's more length of rump in her than the heifer in second. Just a really powerful female that holds on to that quality and balance at a very, very high level. This is a really interesting heifer that I like in terms of just her condition, the freshness that she has. Her front 1/3 and the femininity that she has, I really, really like. She's a big-bodied heifer as well. You know, there's at times, you know, she can get just a little piecey. I think some of it's just a little bit of her attitude right there. Maybe as good a look as what I got whole entire show. But she's a nice kind of heifer, sound. She just doesn't piece together quite as well there over her rump and her tail head. I like this heifer in third. She's broody, lots of forerib, lots of body, and just doability about her. She's just a little plainer, I think, at times, just in terms of the attractiveness of her hock. She doesn't just quite have that stoutness of bone and just some of that substance that we get right in front of her, but her body and rib and just cow power is awfully good. This heifer in fourth, very strong top, very extended, lots of good in this heifer. She's just a little short stepping and a little more petite in terms of her kind. And then we end up the class with a heifer that has a lot of body, just a little shorter coupled, a little plainer, but a nice competitive class.
Well, congratulations in Class 49 in the Bouncer Ring. First place exhibited by Gabrielle Tebow with T-Bar S Miss 5060 MET. Second place go to Dobson Ranch, Cost City, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. Fourth place, Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Ava Dagger of Cable, Ohio. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. We'll select a Champion Reserve Senior Heifer Cab.
I still like this boy's heifer quite well. Just it was a single entry that comes out here. She's a very competitive heifer in her own right. The only problem is these other two showed up to the show. But sometimes, you know, you just don't feel like you get enough of a look, enough of appreciation. But that's a really good heifer, and I meant every word I said in her particular class. These two just put it together with a little more length, a little more balance, a little more performance yet, and they should because they're older. I'm going to keep these two together out of that last class for our division. Give them a nice hand, please. Another single entry that's got tons of body and volume, just a lot of doability with her. You know, she's a female that can offer some length of hip and attractiveness there through her hip and hind leg. You know, you could clean her up a little bit there in her condition some, but that's a really big-bodied female. back on the balancer side, we've got just a really awesome pair of bred heifers that come to us. I like this heifer a lot that wins the class. She is absolutely cowy, effortless in her stride. That hip and hind leg balance is incredible in this female, and I have had just enough time out here to study her. I think that heifer is really, really good. Female that comes next in second is dropping a nice udder underneath her. She's really refined in her teat size, super broody and cowy in terms of her type. She just is in the same class as that one, and that's really all there is to it. There's just not the balance and the strength there in her top line, but two really nice heifers.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring. Results of Class 52, first place, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with BSSC Miss Memphis 4115M. Second place in that class will go to Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. We're now going to bring those first and second sins, and we'll select a champion reserve intermediate heifer. Back over in the Limflex ring, results. Well, congratulations in the Limflex ring. Results out of Class 29, first place exhibit. We're now going to welcome in Class 30 to the Limflex ring. Back over in the balancer ring, results out of your intermediate heifer division. Champion exhibited by Braylon Schaefer. Reserve champion was exhibited by Alexandria Rab. Now in the ring is Class 54. These are balancer females born March to April of 2024.
These two girls are getting it done out here, and if you wanted to build an ad of the docility of balancer females and the access and just selling show heifers, these two would be a pretty good picture because they're doing it, and they're doing a nice job, and they got two just real broody females, and the young man's doing a nice job out here as well. He just doesn't have quite the stoutness, quite the broodiness in his female, and that's why she's third. The difference between these two is freshness and condition. This little girl's heifer is just a little better there in that regard, and she's got a beautiful shape about her. The girl's heifer in behind her has even more volume. With that comes a little extra condition. Great job, girls. Let's give them a good hand. They did a good job out here in the big ring. Boy in third there, again, a very attractive, up-fronted, very stylish heifer. You know, there's a place for her because she's so big bone and big-footed. There's some breeding pieces there in her. I just wish there was a little more cow about her as you got down through her lower 1/3.
Well, congratulations in Arena 2 for your balancer show. First place in Class 54, back number 1911. This is Brax M42 Madeline ET, exhibited by Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Second place went to Tillman Desrock of Glasgow, Kentucky. And third place will go to Cade Mayer of Paxico, Kansas. That'll also be your late spring heifer division. We're now going to welcome in Class 56. These are junior yearling heifers. Apologies, we have a correction on Class 54 that just took place here in the balancer ring. First place was Cade Meyer of Paxico, Kansas. Second place was Tillman, and third place was Braxton. Again, apologies for that class. That was also your late spring heifer division. We're now going to welcome in Class 56. On the ring, class 31 before the division.
Good trio cattle here to talk about, and a pair of them that just probably balance up just a freckle better. But the heifer that wins, she's so long-bodied but stout and sound, and how she goes when you get directly behind the cattle, she has the advantage in terms of pin width, and I prefer her hock and her hind leg, not only the width she keeps in it, but also the flexibility and the comfort that she has. You know, at times she can be a little dead-headed, and I don't know if I like her head quite as well as the heifer that is in second, but man, she's really fresh, really stout, and an awesome hip and hind leg. Female that comes in second, again, very broody in terms of the shape of her head. You know, she's cowy in terms of her type and kind. She's moderate in her build. Her front end and how it's assembled is probably better than the heifer that wins the class, and just in how that front shoulder ties into her body. It's just from there on back, I think she narrows up a little bit more, and then my hang up with her was she is just a little short striding as she goes behind. As we get into the heifer, and she has every bit as much performance as the heifer right in front of her, maybe a little bit more. She's got a lot of power and hip in her. Very broody, cowy type of female. Again, just a little bit plainer as you study her from the profile, but a very good heifer in her own right.
Well, congratulations in Class 56 here in the balancer ring. First place and division champion will go to Cole Langston, Huntington, Indiana, with Material Girl 601M. Reserve champion exhibited by Clarabelle Bishop of Cox Creek, Kentucky. And third place in that class exhibited by Cade Meyer of Paxico, Kansas. We've got one final class and division to see before we go into the grand drive here for your balancer female show.
Good, strong 2-year-old here nursing a big stout bull calf. The young man's there showing just a real useful, sound cow. You know, she's got some of those extra pieces, and it'll be fun to breed on, and it looks like they've already made a nice one with that bull calf. So let's give these boys a really good round of applause, your champion cow-calf pair.
Well, congratulations. First place in Class 59 in your champion cow-calf pair exhibited by Connor Blubaugh of Burton, Kansas, with Walk the Runway L343 ET. We'll get Arena 2 cleared, get started with your grand drive here in just a moment. Well, congratulations in Class 31 before. We're now going to bring those first and seconds into the ring, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in that division. Back over in the balancer ring, we are entering our final grand drive of the day for this show. As they enter the ring, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of the division champion and reserves here in your open balancer show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. For those of you joining us here in the OG&E Coliseum, we would like to let you know that at 1 o'clock we will have the Regional Red Angus Junior Show, and at 2 o'clock we will have the National Black Hereford Open Show. So again, if you're joining us here for today's shows, those are the next two coming up following our Balancer and Limflex shows here today in the OG&E Coliseum.
We get back out here for our champion balancer drive, and this is absolutely incredible. We've had three other really good shows, but this is a great way to cap off an awesome day for you Gelbvieh breeders. It's tremendous from top to bottom all the way through. These cattle are really nice. There's a pair of them, in my opinion, that fit together really well and how I like them. Sound, practical, good looking, awesome hip and hind legs. And I think, you know, as you get out here, there's a couple of these heifers that are probably going to be a handful on down the road and be extra competitive, but they're just not quite what I like as far as just how they blend together, how they hook in together in their shoulder, how they're made in their hind leg. You know, this, you know, there's a couple of heifers out here that just get a little piecey, in my opinion, and they don't have maybe quite the completeness. But this has been an outstanding show in the balancer show. I want to compliment you again as breeders. I want to thank the association for extending the invitation. My family, my wife's family, we're longtime Gelbvieh breeders and have a passion. And Lacey's grandpa was, the way she tells it, was on the board when they started this show. and the balancer portion of the breed. So it's pretty darn cool to be a part of it. And I want to thank you. There's a lot of good people in this breed, and you just do a great job with a very maternal set of cattle. And I want to thank you. I've enjoyed it. Put your hands together one more time. An outstanding set of cattle.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion balancer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress goes back number 1906. That's BSSC Miss Memphis 4115M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. And congratulations, reserve grand champion over here in the balancer show goes back number 1891, Butler's Miss Nellie, and 1341 ET, exhibited by Kogan Phillips, Goodland, Kansas. Congratulations to our balancer exhibitors. Again, we'd like to thank our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell. I do believe we have a few group classes to evaluate before we let him go. But once again, thank you to Mr. Shane Bedwell for joining us today. Well, congratulations again over here in the Limb Flex ring. Results out of that last division. Your champion exhibited by Corbin Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma, with TASF Miss Ellie 885 MET, and reserve champion was exhibited by Rory Peterson with L7 Milky Way 401 MET. Now in the ring, we have our final class and division before we go into our grand drive of your junior Limb Flex show. Well, congratulations. Division 6 champion goes to MAC number 2177. That's Memphis Peterson with L7 Lady Luck, 399 LET, and reserve champion in that division. And congratulations go to Eliza Truall of Skytook, Oklahoma, with ENTJ Lorelei ET. We'll get the ring cleared. We're going to get started with your grand drive here of our Junior Limb Flex show in just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let's put our hands together for our division champion and reserves here in your Junior Limb Flex show at the Cattleman's Congress. We'd also like to say a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Matt Lewis of Iliff, Colorado, for joining us here in Oklahoma City. Well, we'd like to congratulate over here in the balancer ring. We do have those group classes we mentioned. This is your Get of Sire class. First place in that class will be Gage Swindler. Well, before we turn the microphone over to the Limflex ring, we would like to recognize the premier breeder and exhibitor for the Balancer and Gelbvieh show is going to go to the Judd Ranch. Again, congratulations to the Judd Ranch premier breeder and exhibitor here in your Gelbvieh show. Well, congratulations, grand champion Limflex female here in our junior show at the Cattleman's Congress. Congratulations, Corbin Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma, with TASF, Miss Elsa, 885 MET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of the same division, exhibited by Rory Peterson with L7 Milky Way 402 MET. Well, again, congratulations to all of our junior limousine and Limflex exhibitors today at the Cattleman's Congress. And a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Matt Lewis. Again, we would like to remind everyone that here at 1 o'clock in Arena 1, we'll have the Regional Red Angus Junior Show. At 2 o'clock in Arena 2, we'll look to see the National Black Hereford Open Show. Later today, we'll then have at 3:30 the Highland Junior Show, followed by the Open Show. Again, 3 more chances to watch good cattle here in the OG&E Coliseum.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.